Hello, hello, hello. What's up? What's up, everyone? Day 3 of streaming. Yesterday I couldn't do any of the development work that I wanted to do. I wanted to build a Raspberry Pi camera system for a project. But instead I just ended up playing video games all day. So today I'm going to do a little bit of that. Let me just lower the volume of this music. Okay, that's a bit better. Okay, yeah, so like I said, day 3 of streaming. The point of these streams is to help me present better and talk smoothly without correcting myself and having something scripted, and to also just hold myself a little accountable. I have my dranky drank. Again, another test stream before I do any type of advertisement. Mimi is here, joined with me. I don't know if you can see her. She's down there. Oh, I don't know if you can see her. I don't know if you can see her. She'll probably join us in a bit. But anyway, like I said, oh, she's over here. I don't know if you can see her. Amy? There she is. She's down here. Okay. So like I said, I'm gonna try. This is a test stream, so I want to make it a little bit more used to the idea before I start advertising that I'm streaming or anything. But if you happen to find this stream, congratulations. So again, these early streams will be kind of boring because it's a lot of development stuff. I'm going to do a little bit of planning just to create a camera system. We'll go over the planning a bit, but basically I want to make a Raspberry Pi camera server so that I can connect to the Pi over Wi-Fi and get the data of the cameras from there. Like I said, a lot of my research involves collecting images of plants as they grow, so that requires getting a lot of image data, and the best way to do it for me is to get it over the internet. There's a little spider. This is kind of an older version that I have. but I'll do something with the Raspberry Pi 5 this time. So if you see here, I'm going to use the Raspberry Pi 5 as the web server and the camera driver pretty much. I'm going to use, the idea is to make it compatible with any webcam or even the Raspberry Pi cam as I have it here. Let's see what else I have. Okay. And I'm gonna try to use Flask as the web server to serve it onto the browser and then connect the data, get the data from that. I'm just gonna do some audio checks. Like I said, I'm a new streamer, so we'll try this out. I'm just gonna do some audio checks. Oop, yeah, it's
Raspberry
working.
Pi.
There we go. It is working. But I wonder if it's getting the music. Okay, it's getting a little bit of the music in the background. I'm trying some royalty-free music libraries. And eventually, I would like to showcase some people, some friends that make music. Maybe I could play their music. Anyway. Okay, so this is the Raspberry Pi 5. We're gonna run it in headless mode. I also have the power supply. I don't know if you can see it. I also 3D printed a case for it. Got it on Thingiverse. Just snaps on pretty easily. And I have an active cooling fan. And I'm also going to get a SD card for this. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna go get the SD card. So, I guess the idea of these streams is to do it, I guess, like a small tutorial, but in a slower pace. Not, more like a working pace rather than a tutorial pace. Okay, so this is the SD cards. I don't know if you can see it or focus on it. It's just a SanDisk Ultra 32 gigabyte, the minimum that's required. And maybe I don't need to follow myself, but I could look down here. You know, if the focusing works, here you go. So to get this started, basically just going to take the Raspberry Pi, take one of the SD cards out. Oh, in the back here. Oh, one of them fell out. Little SD card here. Put it in the back here. If you don't know what a Raspberry Pi is, it's basically just a small computer. It runs a Linux operating system. It's called Raspberry Pi OS. It used to be called Raspbian. but now it's just Raspberry Pi OS. And the Raspberry Pi 5 is pretty powerful in itself. Maybe I could do tracking of the Pi itself. There you go. Oh. There. Oh. It doesn't really track the Pi. There you go. Look at that. Look at that. Tracking the Pi. Look. Oh. It's very slow to track the Pi. Okay. Oh, actually, before I... Am I even on the screen? Oh, yeah, I am. It's very slow to track the Pi. Okay. Oh, no, the object is lost. Okay. So, before I even connect the Pi, I need to install the operating system onto the SD card. So that's what we'll do now. So just give me a second while I set that up. And I'm gonna need an SD card reader. Give me a second. I'll be right back. Okay, I got an SD card reader. You pop it into the SD card here, like that, and then you just read it into the computer. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna plug it into the computer right now. So give me 1 second. Okay. Hopefully, if I have time, I also want to play some RimWorld, continue what I was doing after. That game is starting to get fun. At first it was a bit hard to see like what the whole point of it was. Okay, so you can see my screen. Okay, so what we're gonna need are Pi Imager. And like I said, I'm not perfect. I don't know everything, so it might take me some time. I'm gonna make mistakes. The whole point is to do it along with me. Some water. Always drink water. Stay hydrated. Okay, we need our Pi Imager. Do I even have it? Our Pi Imager. I hope it's the new version. So this is Raspberry Pi Imager. Before I do that, I'm just gonna check if there's any updates. Okay. Okay, I think that list. I'm just gonna check if it's this version. So the latest version is 1.9.6. I have 1.8.5, so I'm just gonna try to see if I can update it. Give me 1 second. Let me try to get the update. So I'm just uninstalling the old version and installing the new one. So give me a second. So I run Ubuntu as my main operating system. So I don't use Windows or Mac OS. So to install RPimager, just do sudo apt install RPimager. Yes, like that. I'm gonna bring myself at the bottom screen for now. Okay, so it should be installed now. Let's see. Okay. Oh no, it's still 1.8.5. Okay. Maybe that's just what it is for the apt. Yeah, I guess okay. So we'll just use 1.8.5 for now. Okay, so choose the device. We're using a Raspberry Pi 5. Select that one, operating system. Since I'm using a camera, I kind of want the desktop and everything, so I'll choose the Raspberry Pi OS 64-bit as the main one. Choose the storage. That's the SD card. Oh, actually, edit settings. Okay. So this is where you can set up your Raspberry Pi before you install anything with a configuration settings. Since I want to access these Raspberry Pi over my network, I don't want to connect it to a display or anything. I'm going to just set up my local network information so that you can so that we can do that. Okay, so host name, let's just call it CamPi. Like CamPi. So CamPi. Okay, set up username. I like to just use Pi as a username. Password, I'm gonna set this off screen. And connect to a wireless network. Okay. So I'm here in Canada. Okay. Oop. Ah, shit. Why did it become so big? Okay. It doesn't matter. So Canada, so Canadian code is CA. So CA, set locale, New York time, US keyboard, save. Okay. Would you like to apply? Yes. Yes. And it's gonna install the operating system onto. Ooh, so. Okay. While it's installing, I'm gonna open up the power and just plug it in. I'm not gonna, just gonna plug it to the wall. Stop tracking me. So these Raspberry Pis are much more power consuming than the previous generations, so you're definitely gonna need a more powerful power supply. I think at least 5 amps rated, 5 volt, 5 amps. The previous one was 3 amps. And especially when you're working with the cameras, you're definitely gonna need the 5 amp version because they will run low on voltage. They will show like a voltage warning when there's so much power being consumed by the Raspberry Pi. So I just plugged it in. I'm waiting for the thing to install. That was there for now. Okay, while that's installing, maybe I could just talk about my idea for this. So let me open up this journal, tools, Okay, so the idea that I'm having is you'll have a Pi, and this Pi, it's right inside, is basically going to be the driver and the web server for the camera. So you'll have a camera. Let's use that symbol as a camera. Let's see. So it'll connect to the Pi either as USB or through the CAN port. My idea is that we make it a bit of a universal software so that it can detect whichever camera, and the Pi will do any like computer vision tasks or any sort of manipulation of the images. So if we want to do some sort of computer vision task, it's going to be done by the Pi, and then the Pi will basically transmit that through a web server. Cool. Post. At port 5000, I believe. That's typically where it is. So that when you have any other, let me move this here. It's the middle. So the Raspberry Pi will basically host all these images. It'll display any of the images. So the local host will host a web page where we get an image post-processed. Okay. Let me just process image. CV task. The web page will host, let's say, a fixed aspect ratio, so like 180p or something. Image, let's say, of a flower. Right? You just go to the web browser. Yeah. And maybe it'll have some other like settings to control the camera or something. Whatever. It'll have maybe some drop down settings, whatever. So when you have like a computer, they just need to access this web page, and then you can download the images. Or it can even be a server that accesses it, and you can collect all the images that you want. So and download. So that's the basic idea of what I'm trying to achieve. I guess we don't need to do that right now. We don't really need to save this. Okay. Okay. So let's just see if so. Still at 74%. Still going. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make a GitHub page for our GitHub repository for. So this is GitHub. I'll save all my files and stuff onto this and make it open for anybody that wants to copy this web server. So what I'll do, create new repository. Pi, let's call it cam server. Maybe we'll change the name for this maybe later. Okay, make it since we're gonna use Flask in Python, I'm gonna add a maybe Python git ignore. And add a readme. We'll make it a GNU. Let's do that one. Okay, so the server, the repository set up, we have the basic idea down, and next we'll try to set up this system. So I personally never used Flask before. I've used it very limitedly, so I'm gonna learn along with you on how to use it. Okay, it's almost done. Okay, verifying. I'll be right back. Okay, still verifying, so I'll give it a little bit more time. And what I'll do is I'll start my VS Code. So just give me a new second window. So the idea is that I kind of want to do like a bit of variety streaming, so not just work stuff. The work stuff is kind of to keep me accountable so that I don't get distracted and start scrolling on TikToks and Reels. So you'll basically be holding me accountable to work without being distracted too much and kind of to log all the work that's being done. I know that can be a little bit boring, so I want to try to mix that in with some fun stuff like playing video games and talking to my friends and stuff. So we'll see. My friends are very supportive of me trying to stream, so I'm a bit happy about that. They weren't they did not make fun of me for having the idea of trying to stream really boring content. Okay. So the IDE I use is Visual Studio Code. I think that's the most common one. I'm basically going to clone the repository, clone from GitHub, and you see this is the PyCam server. And I'll just wait for it to clone the repository. Okay, I'm gonna choose where I want to serve that, save it. Okay, so open it. Okay, and here we are, PyCam server. So, like I said, give me some time. I'm gonna try to figure out how to use Flask as well. I never really used it before. So, bear with me here. Do I have any projects where I used Flask? I do. I do. I guess since Flask is a Py, so I'll just start with Py, app.py. And because we're using a Py environment, I'm gonna create a virtual environment. Let's call it venv. Okay. So let's say source venv bin activate. Oh, actually, since we're making this code onto the Raspberry Pi, it doesn't really make sense for me to make a virtual environment on this. So I'm gonna wait till the Pi is ready to be coded. Okay, so it looks like it's done. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, okay, so I think the OS was flashed. Okay. Okay, since the OS was flashed, I'm gonna unplug it from my computer. There we go. Take it out. and let's put it into the Raspberry Pi. Like that. Okay. Once you have it, all you need to do is just plug it into the Raspberry Pi. That. Start blinking, and we just give it a few seconds to give it a few seconds to start loading. Okay, and since we set up the network, it should be connected to the network. So what I'm gonna do is SSH pi at what do we call it again? Campi dot local. Let's see if it works. Oh, I didn't have the screen up. Okay, let me do that again. Okay. Just sorry. I'm gonna move myself up here for now. Okay. Let's see. So SSH pi at campi.local. Okay, I'm gonna wait a bit more. It might still be loading. Give me 1 second. Looks like it's still loading. So all I did was just connect the Pi, plug in the SD card, and I'm waiting for it to turn on. So it should be connected. Did I enable? I might not have. Did I not activate SSH? Okay, I'm gonna give it like a few more seconds. And if it doesn't work, I'm going to, let me see if I just put the IP address. Okay, I might have not set it up with SSH capability. Just gonna wait a few more seconds. Okay, I might need to reinstall the software. Trial and error. stuff. Might have just been one setting that I didn't do. That, or it might be the issue with the old version of Imager. Service. Oh, there we go. There we go. As always, enable SSH. So don't forget that setting, enable SSH. Okay, save. Let me just double check everything is correct. Pi, CamPi, save. Yes. Yes. Okay. So we'll wait until that gets back. While I do that, I'm just going to read up on Flask a bit. Move this up a bit. Maybe just a little bit to the left. I hope everyone knows what Flask is. So Flask is basically, it's a Python framework for hosting web pages. Server hosting. So it's basically just like a very light version of like a website. So basically it'll create the pages, it'll read whatever Python software backend you have. Okay. So basically, I mean, maybe we could do it even without the Pi for now. So if I open up Virtual Studio Code, cam server, okay. So what I did was I'm using a virtual environment to keep this like encapsulated into one version. That way, if I install something, it's all in this one virtual environment for Python. I'm gonna do the same for Raspberry Pi, but since we're waiting, might as well try it out. So basically pip install Flask. No, I didn't. And since we're using cameras, a good library for Python for controlling webcams and stuff like that is OpenCV. So pip install, I think it's OpenCV Python, right? I might be wrong. If I'm wrong, who knows? We'll find out. I hope this music isn't annoying. I'm trying out a new royalty-free library. Since it was getting kind of redundant. If it's annoying, I'll change it. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Okay, so basically I need to figure out how to access my webcam. So I'm gonna try to use my current webcam. Where is the imager? 61%. Okay. So for webcam, I'm gonna need the CV2. So this imports the OpenCV library. Okay. So camera, let's say, fuck. I'm so bad at typing, so please ignore my, I think it's video capture. Okay, So according to the API for OpenCV2, basically, right now all I'm gonna do, I'm not gonna make the server, I'm just gonna display the webcam. So let's say, okay, so let's say while true, ret and frame equals cap dot read if not ret break. Okay, and then cv2.mshow. I think webcam 1, let's name it that, and then frame. I hope it doesn't display my, we'll see. Okay, frame. Okay, and then to exit, if cv2 dot 1 and oxff word q break. And then once that's done, we just do camera. Okay, camera dot release, and then cv2 dot destroy all windows. Okay, dot, what the fuck, cv2 dot. Okay, so this script should just display the webcam. Python app.py. Let's try. Ooh. Okay, so it's not really. Okay, so maybe not this camera, but this camera. Let's try it. Oops. Python app.py. What does it say? Okay. Video 1. Okay. I'm not sure. Hold on. Is the Raspberry Pi ready? Nope, still verifying. Okay, so I don't know. Okay, I need to figure that out. Okay. Hmm. try this again. They exist. What if I did? That's peculiar. Either way, it doesn't matter. We're gonna open it on the Raspberry Pi. It might be just some issues with. Oh, it's done. There might be some issues with driver permissions and stuff like that. But it's okay. It should be okay as long as okay. What if I do video one though? The video one exists, so I'm not sure why. Okay, either way, it'll work on the Raspberry Pi. So we'll see. Let me just double check something. Just gonna double check. Give me 1 second as I try to figure out what the issue is. I think it's probably some permission issues, because this is not the Raspberry Pi. What if I do this? Okay. CV2 dot V4 L2. Okay, what about video 1? By the way, the Raspberry Pi is ready. I just want to check some stuff. Probably because I'm using the webcam. I have another one, but to be honest, I'm not sure why it's not working. But alright, give me 1 second. I'm gonna go get another webcam. 1 sec. Okay, so I'm gonna use this webcam as a test. Because I think the other webcams are busy. I'm also gonna take the Raspberry Pi USB out. Since it's ready, let me double check. Yeah, it's ready. So I'll do the Raspberry Pi in a sec. I just wanna check this webcam. Okay, looks like it's on. Let me see if I think it's 3. Let's try it out. Good. 2. Oh. Oh, it works. Okay. There we go. So for whatever reason, look at that, 2 webcams. So for whatever reason, it's pretty cool. So for whatever reason, the other available camera is not working. So I'm just gonna use this one as my camera. for testing. There we go. Cool. So I think it's the Q. Cool. So it's working. So I'll save this. This is our first. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna push it to the repository. And let's say it's working with the camera. Git push origin dev image. Okay, so we got that initial code working to access the webcam. We're gonna switch to the Raspberry Pi now. Okay. Honestly, this is more fun than just working on this stuff by myself. At least I'm like working through my thought processes. Okay, so I'm gonna switch back to my main camera. Just cam. Okay. So, take two. We're gonna plug in. Now the OS is in the SD card. Now I want to plug it into the Raspberry Pi. Should be ready. I enabled SSH this time. So just plug it in. Plug it into the power. That it should light up. Wait till the light stabilize, right? Wait till the light stabilize and then we should be good to go. Then I'm gonna take that. Okay, I waited a few seconds. Now I'm going to SSH pi at campi.local. Just give it a few more seconds. It's still not, the blinking is still going, so I'm just gonna wait till it stabilizes. Yeah, like I said, this is still a lot more fun than just being inside your own head and just working. It feels like when you're just working, it just feels like you're doing monotonous work. I feel like streaming is a good way to frame a lot of the things you're doing, thinking it out, and, you know, sharing it with a community, not just keeping it to yourself. So honestly, this is a pretty good way of doing it. Plus, I'm not like I don't need the dopamine hit of watching reels and stuff. This is kind of a good way to do it. Let's try that again. Okay, so let me switch back to okay, let's try this time. Oh, there we go. So SSH pi at campi.local. It's gonna say, do you want to authorize it? Just say yes. Put in the password that you set. And there we go. We're in the campi. So you can see within here, it says you're inside the campi. We're SSH into it. Before I do anything, I'm going to just update anything. It's very similar to the Ubuntu, because it's a Debian system. So you just do sudo apt update. Okay, sudo apt list upgradable, and then sudo apt upgrade. So this will just update everything to the newest version of all your libraries, all your software. So we'll do that. How long have we been streaming? Already been streaming for like an hour. Oh wow, there's so much to upgrade. I did not even see that. Okay. Okay, so actually, since we got this code, setting up a simple web server, it shouldn't be too bad. Let's see what we can do. Let's see what we can do. Okay, since we got that working, let's do the Flask part of it. All right. So from Flask, import Flask response and render template string. Okay. So I'm just going to comment all this stuff out for the moment. And set up like a fresh system. So app equals Flask name. We want to uncomment this part, so we have a camera. In our Flask, the way it works is we have a bunch of these patterns for Flask. So app route, I think what it does is it sets up your home page. Okay. And we call it def index, like that. And then we want to render a template. Okay, we don't have a template yet. So I'm wondering if, since it's quite simple, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make a simple HTML template here. No, not triple. And if I stop talking, it's basically because I'm thinking, and what I'm gonna do is I'll do what I do and then I try to explain anything afterwards. Actually, yeah, I was right. Triple. So basically, I'm making a simple HTML for the home page. You can create a separate HTML file and make it more complicated. But for now, I just want to test it out. Let's call it title. Let's call it PyCam server. I just call it PyCam. I know. CamPy server. Okay. Body. Is it forward slash or backslash? I think it's backslash. And we can make this more complicated in the future so that it's set to the camera, but we will figure that out in a bit. Okay, so basically all this is just a simple HTML index file to serve an image feed. Okay. Okay, so since we have URL4, oh, not deed, video feed, right, like that. So now we need to define a path to URL feed. So route Sorry if I'm very bad at typing. I failed first grade typing class. I'm gonna make a So this is just simply from the API. Okay. And now I need to create a function called def generate frames. Freaking A, man. And that's basically gonna be this code here. So all true. We define the camera. How's the Raspberry Pi doing? Still, wow. Oh. Okay, what does this say? Configuration file. I'm gonna Shiza, I don't know. Just yes, maintainer version. I didn't know it was a game. The only issue I'm not gonna need this anymore. Let's see. So it's no longer imshow. Now it's generate an image from the frames. So I need to encode it. So ret for right, and then frame buffer. Okay, I'm gonna delete this. And then I need to yield. Okay. Okay, so if this is the main code, main run host. We want to host it on the local host. Okay, port equals 5000 on port 5000. Debug equals true. Okay, let's hope this works. I'm not entirely sure. Okay. Okay, let's test this out. It looks like things are working, so I'm going to access the local host. It's basically this link here. I'll open it up on the separate browser. Ooh, got some errors. Got some mad errors. Okay. Let's see. Did I miss something? Okay. Oh, I'm getting a call. 1 second. Okay, I'm back. Okay, what's the issue? Let's see. Oh, freaking A, man. I didn't have my camera plugged in. That's right. How silly of me. Let's try that again. Render template string. Where are we? Oh. That's where we forgot to do HTML. Okay. Okay, the Campi server is working. However, for whatever reason, the video is not coming out. Oh, okay, this seems to be a lot of... Okay. So, I'm guessing... Oh, oops. That's my website. Okay. I don't know why this keeps happening where... Let me go... That's really annoying. It should work. It's doing the same issue where it doesn't recognize the camera. Ugh, why do I keep clicking that? Let's cycle through the cameras. Okay, that one's busy. One. Okay, two. Oh, there we go. I don't know. We're gonna have to do some like debugging when that happens, but there we go. There's the web server. We can access it, and we're just using the webcam. It's pretty cool. There we go. It's working. Now we can access this video feed. I wonder if we can save images. We'll see. But that's the gist of it. now we're gonna switch to the Raspberry Pi, and we're gonna add some controls for it. Okay, so let's leave it at that for now. Okay, so back to the Raspberry Pi. So it finished updating. Just give me a second. Okay. So now we move. Let's summarize what we've done so far. We set up the Raspberry Pi, we updated it, we created a repository for our code, and we set up a simple code, which is a server, which reads a webcam, and then it displays it onto the server just like that. So we can basically access that web server through browsers as long as it's on the same network. And now we tested that on my computer, but now we want to transfer this code onto the Raspberry Pi. So let's do that. Let's do that, and then I might take a small break and come back. Okay. All right, so we're on the Raspberry Pi now, here, the CamPi we called it. And what we want to do is we want to clone that repository. I just want to see where we're at. So this is our, okay. So I like to just clone the repository onto the main folder. So git, so what I'm gonna do, where's our repository? Oh, before we do that, let's push all the code to the repository. So git add dot git commit m. Okay, simple server displaying webcam. Git push origin main. Okay, so now it's on our remote repository, which is on GitHub. And where is it? Let me try to find it. I have so many windows. There we go. What did we call it? We called it the cam server, right? PyCam server. I'm gonna change the name to CamPi server, but we'll do that later. I like CamPi. It's kind of like Kampai, like the Japanese cheers. Cheers with the dranky dranks. Ready? No, with the drink. I need to track the dranky drank. Kampai. Oh. Kampai. Oh. There we go. All right. So now the repository has all of our code. We're going to clone it onto the Raspberry Pi. So code, copy to clipboard. Okay, you can see it on my screen. Git clone and then paste that. Yes. Oh wait, do I even have? Wait. This server, here it exists. Git clone. It's a public repository. Oh, cause I'm okay. I need to make this. Okay, I need to do the permissions. Okay, give me 1 sec. I need to do the permissions. I need to do git config. I mean, technically I could just clone from, you know what, I'll do that for now. The only thing is, if I want to do development on the, okay, we'll test, okay, so we'll clone this for now. We'll just do the HTTPS or whatever. Git clone, paste that here. And if we want to do development directly on the Pi itself, we'll have to switch and give permissions and stuff like that, which I'll do in a bit. Okay. So we're in the repository now. Okay, so there it is, the PyCam server here. So if I do cd PyCam server, server, there we go. And now I need to install the, oh, okay, so one thing I'll add, there's one thing I need to do. Pip freeze requirements .txt. Okay, and then I'm gonna add that to the repository. Add pip requirements txt git push. Okay. Okay, and then in the terminal, do I have virtual LAN? I don't have virtual LAN, so I'm gonna install virtual LAN. I'm gonna use VM. So Python 3 no, what I'm gonna do is sudo apt install python 3 yeah. Or should I do virtual env? I'm like more comfortable with virtual env. No, fuck it. I'm gonna do it the proper way. So sudo apt install python 3 vf. Okay, it's already installed, I think. Okay, so let me see. So let's do python m vf, and we'll just call it vf. So there should be a virtual environment now. What I'm gonna do is git pull origin main. So now it has the requirements.txt. So how do I do this? Okay, so right, I need to do source vn then activate to activate the source, and then pip install our requirements.txt. Why not? Oh, I spelled requirements wrong. Okay, requirements.txt. Hopefully all of this works out nice. Okay, it worked. So basically if I do python app.py, okay. The only issue, okay, so sudo nano app.py. I think the video source is going to be 0. Okay, so if I do okay, now I'm gonna plug the camera into the Raspberry Pi instead of my computer. So if I go to just the camera, I'm gonna take the Raspberry Pi, the camera, and plug it right into the USB of the Raspberry Pi. Okay. I don't know why that was harder than I thought it would be. Okay. Okay. So then now we'll do python app.py. And let's see. try it again. ls dev video star. Oh, interesting. Interesting. So I don't know why there's so many video devices. I'm going to okay. Interesting. Okay, so the webcams are either 0, 1, or media 3. And this one. Okay. That's a bit strange. I shouldn't have done that. But let's try one. One also didn't really work. What happens if I switch back to 0? So the server works, but the access to the camera doesn't work. Let me try 3. Or 2. Three. Huh. Okay. Once again, always issues with connecting to the camera itself. Okay, it should work. I'm not sure why it doesn't work. Let's try that one more flippin' time, man. Oops. Because I recognize the... Oh, Mimi. Mimi decided to join. It's Mimi cam time. Oh, Mimi. Mimi cam time. Woo! Mimi! Okay, back. Sit down, Mimi. Sit down. You can chill here, Mimi. Back to me. Okay. Oh, okay. Oops, I didn't show you my screen. Let me show you my screen. If Mimi will allow me to. There we go. Okay. It should work. Honestly, I'm not sure why it wasn't opening the... Zero. Server. For whatever reason, because it's video 0 now, and it does work. But for some reason, it's not being recognized. Okay, give me 1 sec. Not sure why. Cannot open camera by index. Oh, what the flip? No one's using it. Any webcams exposed? Okay, I'm gonna try a couple things. Because it is awfully frustrating because it does work. but can't backend is generally but can't be used to capture by index. Why? Why? Hmm. Says the camera is busy, but it's not really busy. Let me try a couple things. I'm kind of grasping at straws here, but we'll figure this out. It's usually something really stupid. God, why? Okay, I'm gonna unplug it and plug it back in. Maybe that always solves the problem, right? Okay, I'm gonna reboot it. So we'll see. Will that work? No. Still nothing. Okay. What the flip, man? What if we did this? What the frick, man? It says the camera is busy. I don't know why, though. It shouldn't be busy. I'm just using random solutions from forums right now. It might not work. Oh, did that work? It did not work. Totally not sure why it's not working. Why? Why? Tries. This is when I wish I had an active chat to help me. There's a hashtag. I think the issue is that Python thinks that the camera is busy. Okay. This is incredibly frustrating. Hmm. Oh shit. Interesting. Hmm. honestly, I have no idea what's going on. Okay, so whatever these freaking webcams doesn't seem to be working. Maybe I'll try a different webcam. I'll try this one. Oh, what the hell happened? That's a new warning. Oh, they're working. Oh, okay. Something. Something is up. Okay. Okay. What the actual frick flippity floop flop fleep floopin floppity floop? What the flippity floppity floop? I feel like a failure right now. Why not? Why not? Why not? Why not? Why not? Okay, let's try this. Freaking A, man. Did it work? Okay, something happened. Camera's not designed. What the hell? What the hell? Hmm. honest, I have no idea what's going on. Mimi. Mimi. Ay, 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 Mimi. I have no idea why. Mimi. Was that the problem? Oh my god. We got it. It's working now. We got it. Alright. To be honest, I tried so many things that I feel like I don't even know what fixed it. I'm gonna try to explain it. But it's working now. Okay. So, let's see. One of the main issues was that let me go back here. First, okay. I was using. I wonder if it'll work now. Source. Let me just check one thing before I do that. Will it work? Oops. No. Okay. So, what if I did try it now. No. Okay. So one of the main issues is that I think the library OpenCV for Raspberry Pi, especially if you use it in the virtual environment, won't have access to your video drivers or the video backend. I'm not sure why. So to solve that, I just did the system level install of OpenCV. So that was using sudo apt. We can find it. Let me see. Oh, Mimi, want to join? Okay, so that was problem number 1. So let me exit actually. So we're not going at Raspberry Pi level. We're not going to use virtual environment. So we deactivate the virtual environment. And let's see if I do Python app now. Now it works. See, so if I were to go back to the server, refresh the server, now it's working. Okay. So that was problem number 1. The other issue and I'm gonna just double check this. Let me pause that and let me try this instead. Oh. Let me try this instead. You see, I still don't think that works. Yeah. Oh, it still does. Oh, it works. Okay. It does work. Okay, let me go back. Okay, so forget this other stuff. Just use the cap for L2 backend. Okay, so that worked. So I think the other issue... Okay, this is really stupid. So this was more of a Flask problem. So the other problem was, I think the host runs twice. The server runs twice when it's starting up, which causes the camera to become busy. So when it reloads the camera, it thinks that it's busy. And so it was blocking it from being reconnected to the camera. So when you do app run, you have to add this section called use reloader equals false. And that solved the problem. So everything else kinda is unnecessary. Okay. So that took a long time for no reason. I'm just gonna run the server. And the camera works. So now you see my Raspberry Pi is not connected to anything, it's just connected to the internet. And I'm able to access the server just using the local IP address, campi.local, and it's served at port 5000. So that's the basic mainframe of it. We're gonna make this code a little bit more robust. But since that took a long time, I'm gonna take a little break. So I'll be back in like 30 minutes. So just give me some time before I that was what I'm gonna do before I go on break is I'm gonna update the repository to fix the code. And then I'm gonna go on a small break. Maybe I might play some games and then continue this server maybe tomorrow or later on. But yeah, so I mean, look, it works. So, and this Pi is it's connected to the Pi. See? So it's connected to the Pi. So we're accessing this over the internet. Another thing I want to add is, okay, so we'll talk about it after. I'm going to save this. I'm going to upload it to the repository. And I'll take a small break. Okay. Whoa, that took way too long for no reason. How long did that take? That took like a couple hours, right? What a waste of time. How long did that take? That took like an hour. Oh, what a waste. Okay. Silly rabbit. I don't know if I can get the virtual environment to... I'll look into it, but for now, we're just going to use system level. It was the virtual environment that was messing things up. I hate how these problems take so much time to like figure out. You have no idea what's going on. And not many forums know what's going on either. Okay. So I'll update the code. So this is, and I'll have that up there. So turn it to 2. We'll make it more robust so that it automatically searches for camera sources. In the near future, this is good. We're gonna do... let me check if this works. Let me check. Let me see if I even need to... Do I even need to? You know what I'm saying? Will it still work? Looks like it still works. I don't know, let's check the server. Yeah, it still works. It still works, so there was really no point in there was really no point. Okay. So all that took so long for no freaking reason. We'll see. Okay. Take a drink. I'll add the two. I'll add the other options just in case. They're kind of unnecessary. Did I fix anything else? This was wrong too. I think there's supposed to be forward slashes. And use reloader equals false. Okay, so just to explain the code a bit before I take a small break. Okay, let me explain this a little bit. So basically this is our web server. We're defining an app in Flask. We create a small template for how the images should be displayed on our web page. That's our HTML. It could be an independent file, but here, since we just wanted to show the feed, we just put in an image source, which is the video feed here, and this is Jinja. It's Jinja formatting. It's part of Flask. Okay. This code is basically the backend code for generating the frames. So this was the OpenCV library, and basically it reads a frame from the camera, it encodes it into a JPG, and then converts it to bytes, and then formats it. Okay, and it yields it for the Flask web page. This is basically a decorator function, which is defined by Flask, and this is how you define the main page. So when you go to the URL, the main page goes to this, and it renders the HTML format. This is also just the feed, the direct feed, and basically it's what it's doing. It's getting the frames and returning them into this URL. And then here we're just running the app in debug mode, and we turn the reloader off. So that's the basic code. We're gonna add that to GitHub, git commit fix bugs for USB camera access. Git push origin. Okay, so now it's updated on our repository. I'm gonna take a quick break and then, okay, so let me switch that. Okay, so I'm gonna take a quick break. Maybe I'll be back in like 30 minutes. Maybe I might play the game when I might play RimWorld when I get back, and then maybe I'll continue dev work tomorrow. But the next steps are basically to make the code a little bit more robust, so that it doesn't break when I plug in any camera into it and it searches for whatever camera source is on there. The other thing I'm gonna do is try to think about how can we connect to a Wi-Fi, like, or do we do like a mobile hotspot where we connect to the Pi to just get the camera. So I kind of wanted to switch in between the two. So that's what we'll do in the next steps. So I'll write that down actually, just so I don't forget it. So next steps. So current interface with USB camera and RPi. And then next, and the other thing that we did was serve the the camera feed on port 5000. Okay, and then the next steps we're gonna try to do is robust code for camera identification. Wi-Fi management. And we also need to figure out downloading, loading feed, or images, image capture. So basically the UI of the web page. Okay, so we'll stop there for now. We'll call this, I'll save this to my repository actually. Let me do this outside of the thing, just in case. Repos, called it RPyCam. We call it assets. And we'll just call this plan. Save. Okay, so that's the plan. I'm gonna take a small break. Update plans. Okay, so I'll be back in like 30 minutes.
Song on Spruce Street made me smile like Gucci sweet. I bet I could get her number sometime. She was just standing there as I walked away. I should have said hi. I thought to myself, oh, way better than the one before. Got a vibe from just looking at her eyes, and I can't stop, can't get her off my mind. Oh, so if I look back, will I ever forget those eyes? Yeah. The city is too bright at night. I need to get away, think I need some time, 'cause she's on my mind. And I know this time I fell too hard, too fast, maybe a bit too far. This is always right. Yeah, I think I fell for a stranger. Yeah. Go home, look up on the gram, trying to guess her name, but no luck there, so I move on back. Go back to the place we met. Can I guess? Pretty sure I'm hopeless. Yeah. Oh, way better than the one before. Got a vibe from just looking at her eyes, and I can't stop, can't get her off my mind. Oh, so if
What up? What up, what up, what up, what up? I'm back. Yeah, this music's pretty good. I like this library. Alright. I'll keep it. That's what's up. But it is a bit too loud right now. Let me lower the volume. Okay. Keep it a little bit, you know. Okay, what's up? What's up, everyone? I'm back. And I decided I want to play RimWorld. It's Saturday. And I want to do something fun and then I'll end it. And we'll continue development later. Okay? So let's close this stuff for now. So I'm gonna unplug the Pi. I'm closing everything down right now. Music is bumping. Okay, RimWorld. Let's open that up. This is the only fun I get on Saturdays. Work. Some drank. And some video games, and then maybe I'll go work out later today. Maybe that's not a promise. Okay, it's launching now. Okay. There we go. RimWorld, woo! Get excited for RimWorld. Pause. Okay, I'm gonna lower the... Let's do a quick audio check. Okay, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. I'm gonna pause the music actually. Hey, what? Pause the bumpin' music and get into the video game music, alright? Let's see. Okay, let's get started. Game. People's Republic of Plantasia, right? And we are called, our colony is called the Poopsville. I think we got some new, we did a rescue mission, right? We saved our boy Corio. And then we got Bowman's son. Tico that joined us. Let's before I get started, I wanna pause real quick. Because we got 2 new members and I don't know much about them. Okay. So let's talk about Tico. Who is he? As a good leader, you gotta know who's in your team, you know? What did they say? The weakest link. I mean, your team is as good as the weakest link. A chain is as good as the weakest link. Yeah, that's what they've been saying. Maybe I could raise the desktop audio. Let's see. Okay, so Tico is 30. He was a child spy. That's pretty good. He's a good shooter. He's an intellectual. Okay, he's gonna be doing some research. Spies are good at research, right? But he's slow. He's a body pierce. Believes the human body is limited for a reason. To him, artificial body parts. Oh, okay. Nimble. So we don't want him doing too many. Space tacticianist. Shooting an intellectual. Okay. Wait. Who's Vicky? Who's Vicky? There's no Vicky. So he's just Bowman's son. Wait. Oh shit. He doesn't like Eli. Oh, because he's a... Okay. So one thing I want to do is I want to make sure these guys have fun. Okay. Before I do anything... Okay, so... Tico, since you're new here... I'm going to manual... Oh, that's how you do it. Okay. Top priority is research for you. What is handle? Tame, okay. You don't need to worry about that right now. Hunt. You have good animal skills. Grow. That's pretty good. I'll put that as a 2 for you. No, we don't want you to mine. Yeah, we'll put that as 2. Okay. And Darius. Oh, work. We want you to prioritize research as well. We don't need you to firefight, right? But that's 2 for him. He has pretty good animal skills. I'll put that as 2 for you. That's 4 for you. Okay. But that's 3. Construct. Yeah, you're pretty good. We all need people to construct. Growing. Nah, you don't need to grow. Put that as 2 for you. That's not so important for you. Okay. Art. No, we have a lot of artists, no? No, actually. But we do need people to craft. Okay, actually. Oh, actually, you're pretty good at research as well. Everybody's got to clean. We need some tailors. We need more people to construct, actually. Cool. Okay, Walters, you're gonna prioritize cooking, actually. Choreo, you too. Animals. Okay. I think that's okay for now. And okay, I'll just play it while everyone's sleeping. I want there to be some more recreation. Okay, first of all, can he be tamed? Animal skills. Can he be tamed? I think I'm just gonna sell him. That's fucked up to say. Okay, before we do any of that, this place definitely needs some lights. Okay. And we're gonna do some recreational stuff. Since you guys are... Let's do poker. We're gonna have a recreation center. Let's say, let's put that there for now. Collection of valuable items when none is enough for... I don't like the sound of that. We'll see. We'll see. Heat wave. Choreo, you're gonna go tame this guy. What's wrong, Bowman? He's stressed? Disturbed sleep. Ate without a table. Oh shit. Serious pain. Okay. Bowman, you take a rest. Or we do technically need more people. She's hot. Okay, so Walters, I need you to prioritize this. Wake your ass up, dude. Alright, I have no idea how to... Oh. You guys were not hearing any of the music. My bad. There we go. Tame this motherfucker. If there's raccoons... I don't really like raccoons. Alright, quests. Let's see. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. Okay, maybe I check it out. going on, Bowman? Bowman, I told you. Told you to go home. Tico, get Bowman. Maybe. 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 Okay, what did it have? Hmm. I don't really need any of this. Okay. I mean, I could attack them, but we would surely lose. Okay, recreation, fight. Power. I guess, but I just don't know what to do with this stuff. I need to learn more about this game. This is the first go. We'll try our best. Because I want to build weapons and stuff. Architecture. Production. For zones? Taylor bench. Steel. Let's make it out of steel. It's gonna be indoors soon. I promise you that. Is Bowman okay? How do I help him? Where is Bowman? I think let's just release the guy. Forget it. So how do I fix Darius, man? Or Bowman. Bowman, go to sleep, man. Okay. Hush. He's dead. Oops. Uh-oh. Okay, slowly but surely. The thing is, I think I messed up. I think I should have done, like, more power stuff in the beginning. Alright, this game's a lot of waiting, that's for sure. Okay. Shit, what time is it? Dear. Hold on. Alright, so we're gonna end it soon. Oh. What happened to Tico? Okay, what we're gonna do, we're gonna assemble, we're gonna do the mission. Quests, we're gonna do the mission. So we're gonna build a caravan to come here. Okay. We're gonna get these two guys, Bowman. And how do I do auto? No, we need way more than that. We need like 200 rice. Let's make it 300 rice. 5 days just in case. No, let's make it 100 rice. No, 100 rice. Let's take 4 of them, right? 2 of them. 3 of them. 4 of them. 2 of them. 3 of them. Okay. You must choose the route for the caravan first. Change route. We are going here. Items. We don't need nothing. We just want to get stuff. Let's go. We're gonna end the stream with a mission. And hopefully our boys our boys are on a mission. There we go. So we'll wait till they reach the spot. This game is pretty cool, to be honest. Like, I definitely messed up in the beginning. Trying to... Because I'm still trying to learn the rules. And probably my strategy is not the best. I'll figure it out. We might do another world after this one. We'll see. We'll see. There doesn't seem to be a rush on things. Okay, everyone is... Ooh. Walters. What's up with Walters? What's wrong with Walters? What's up? Awful barracks. Okay. Can't do nothing about that right now. Where? Which routing corpse? Okay. Corio, you're gonna clean the frickin'... Tico, you're gonna frickin' clean the barracks. Wait, hold on. Tico, you're gonna clean the frickin' barracks, man. I don't know if I like my crew just yet. I'm starting to like them. They're day ones, you know. I like Walters, Bowman, and Darius. Tico and Choreo gotta earn my trust. Okay. Are y'all gonna wake up? Talk to go trade with homie. Okay. We definitely need weapons. How much money do we have? 860? No, we need guns. Auto pistol, revolver. Take one of those. We'll take a revolver. And we'll sell these shitty knives. Medicine, no. I feel like we're gonna need components for later. Okay, they're just about to reach the settlement. Yalla, let's go. Get there. Alright, where are they? Okay. What are they doing? No! No. Come on, you got this. Got him. Okay. 10-2. Darius. Shit. Come on, Bowman. Shit. That's like my main guy. Should I send another caravan? Shit, man. Okay, I need to learn how to cover and shoot. Okay, we still got the goods, but man, I feel so bad for Bowman. I feel like that's the second time he got hurt. We need to give the Yeah, you need to go to frickin'. Wait, what is Bowman doing? Yeah, man. You need to rest. Walters. Maybe. I mean, good job, mission accomplished, but damn, that's fucked up. I feel bad. Intense pain. Oh shit. Wait, where's Bowman going? Dude. Bowman. Rest until healed, man. What the hell are you doing? Okay. Bowman, rest until you're healed, man. Geothermal power. We need that. Wait, what the hell is Bowman doing? Bro. Bro, what the hell? Okay. I'll wait till the nighttime, but I think I'll end it there for now. Okay, we're getting somewhere. Alright, so our storage unit is almost pretty much built, and our housing as well. I mean, we just kind of need power. And I'm not sure how the power works. Let me see. Power. Bowman. Oh, Bowman's back. Okay, okay. Bowman, you're healthy again? floor. Okay. Do like the wooden floors, you know. Make it nice. Who? Walters? Tribal clothes? Nah, you're gonna wear... Okay, well, we'll stop it there. Because that's when everyone is kind of sleeping. Okay. Okay, so that's day 3 of streaming. We, what did we do? We did a little bit of development for the camera server. We'll continue that maybe tomorrow. And we played a little bit of RimWorld. You know, slowly but surely in all aspects. I just didn't want to continue on a Saturday. I'm gonna eat something and maybe go exercise a bit. Anyway, thanks for watching, y'all. Bye.